And we're back. This is part 2 of our weekly test show.
And we're back. This is part 2 of our...
Let me switch this back to name.
And we're back. This is part 2 of our weekly test show. And we're back. This is part 2 of our... Let me switch this back to name.
WBAP is now Texas.
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 P is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
He is now Texas.
WBAP 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 is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
He is now Texas.
He is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
He is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP WBAP is now Texas.
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 Is now Texas.
WBAP is now
WBAP is now
Texas.
Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
P is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
It's now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Is now Texas.
WBAP 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 is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Is now Texas.
WBAP 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 is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
Texas.
WBAP is now 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 Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
AP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Texas.
WBAP is now 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 Texas.
WBAP is now
WBAP
Texas.
is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
P is now Texas.
WBAP 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 is now Texas.
He is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
He is now Texas.
WBAP 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 is now Texas.
is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
Is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
BAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Oh, Texas.
WBAP is now 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 Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
Is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
Is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
Is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now
WBAP is now Texas.
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 Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
Texas.
WBAP is now 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 Texas.
P is now Texas.
WBAP 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 is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Texas.
WBAP is now 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 Texas.
BAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
BAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas. WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is 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 now Texas.
Now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
WB
WBAP is now Texas.
WBAP is now Texas.
Yes, it is. It is Texas. I am saving that. I am absolutely saving that, no doubt about it. Okay, let me quiet these two little creature things. Alright, so I just got done playing catch up with everything from earlier. And wow, what an amazing finale to Jeopardy Masters that was. We have our champion now. So now it's just down to raid the cage on Wednesday nights, beginning next week. So now it's going to be. So now it'll be Quiz with Balls, 1% Club, Raid the Cage, and whatever other shows we could think of that are going to come on. We'll see. Anyway, just, I don't know, like less than 5 minutes after I restarted. Oh, that was fun. Playing the WBAP is now Texas and having the Discord ringtone go over it. I was thinking of that when we were starting this crazy thing. But anyway, of course, here's sort of the star of our show today. Where was that wilderness track we were playing around with earlier? Oh man, did I close it? Did I close it? Crap, I think I did. Whatever, we're gonna throw it back in. Oh, I still have the video from earlier. There are just so many reasons why I love that. Let's reverse it. Oh gosh, it's like low quality now. Okay, there we go. Now it's back to better quality. Okay, that's enough of playing around with that little song. But anyway, now I believe I mentioned, if I remember correctly, at the beginning of the somewhere at the start of the show, I mentioned that I was going to do a sort of a test run, with a secondary script, sort of like that. Except I'm just making a direct copy of the original configuration. However, I'll just be modifying the config file. Gotta give it a second to copy because that Linux virtual machine is stored on a network. What? WOL. LOL. He said LOL when I was playing all that Texas thing. All of that Texas stuff. Alright, I guess you all can just stare at that power line tower and that Audacity window while I talk about certain things. Anyway, while we're waiting, let's discuss how the rest of the night is going to go. We're going to play Wheel of Fortune with Brandon, hopefully, in the next 40 minutes. and then we'll play. Oh no, we're gonna play Deal or No Deal with Brandon first, and then we're gonna do Wheel of Fortune after that, and then we'll try to see what we can fit into the 11 o'clock time slot. I don't think we can fit much though, but we'll see what we can fit. We're gonna see what we can fit. But anyway, I'm letting it copy. It's still trying, including all of that new stuff. Man, I mean, I just can't get enough of these, of this particular area. I mean, I've done several. I've done like 3 chiptunes with this area, and all 3 have fit in pretty well. Utopic Dreams actually fit in the best. Wilderness actually, I think, fit in the second. But I think Utopic Dreams and Wilderness fit in with this area the best. Although I was listening to that Wilderness song as we were nearing Rochelle. But yeah, it was quite fun. But anyway, I also said about how I want to make plans, for the upcoming, because I said my part-time job begins next week. And unfortunately, because it's going to have to go around my math class, unfortunately, I will probably have to go in on a Wednesday more frequently than last year. Because last year I only went in once, and it wasn't that case again. So, we're going to have to devise a plan. I talked about 2 scenarios earlier on, and now we're going to test them out. The first scenario is making a copy of the Mass NWR. Yeah, he's making a copy of the Mass NWR and just throwing it into a new webhook. That's the first scenario. It's just going to be all Mass NWR, and the Plainfield stream itself will just continue on as usual. I know it's probably just going to be a bunch of nonsense, but we're going to see what happens. But hey, let's see what happens. And if this scenario doesn't go to plan, the second possible scenario, and this is the route I might most likely take, is have WPLD handle all the Broadcastify streams, because StreamWriter can't for some reason. And the StreamWriter on my desktop PC will handle all of the stations. And we'll kind of play this, sort of the old style when we did our weekly test streams while I was in high school. We'll play it that way. I'll get it on before I leave. And then, you'll see, you'll sort of see the StreamWriter and the logger. You'll see it all, as everything unfolds. I'll have some music playing in the background. And that will run until, well, it's going to fit in the whole time. And then when I get back, I'll start a part 2, and that will last through the whole rest of the day. But anyway, the Aspire copy is done. But to make this, no, I don't mean copy. I do not mean make another copy of the files. Delete. Okay, let's make sure this was not altered. It was not. Good. So, I'll make this Asmar main 2. I'm putting a 2 there, just so I don't get confused. And then I'll open the config file of this one, take out everything, and then we'll refer to the weekly test documentation, not the morning stuff. We only want Eastern. We only want the Eastern time zone. So we're going to throw in the Eastern time zone. Followed by Central. Mountain. And then Western. And then lastly, the final parts except for Fort Worth. And there's a reason why. is a backup, remember. Now, email, we're going to set that to false. The webhook enabled, we're going to keep that. Audio, of course. The IceCast, we're going to set that to false. And auto DJ, we're going to set that to false as well. All the other filters are going to stay as they are. And then I'm going to open another terminal window. Well, actually, in this case, open up another Ubuntu Linux shell. Now, if it comes up with too many open files, this is not going to work. Ooh, that's a different environment. I didn't have that environment before. So, marmain 2. So let's see if it works. If it tells me too many open files, then it doesn't work. Okay, so it does work, in fact. Okay, so this actually could be a good option. But yeah, we can just ignore that because I actually like this look. You know, it's sort of like a good signature that it's Linux and not something like Windows. But if we go to performance, I know it's hogging up a lot of the memory, but I'm just using it for like testing purposes. Okay, so that could be a viable option. But remember, we're going to try 2 scenarios. So it seems like that might work. But remember, I'm going to try 2 possible scenarios. And of course, there's a reason why I made duplicate. It's so, the Asmara 2, that's going to be my mass MWR test. It's going to be a temporary thing. I'll call it mass MWR temp. So, as we get, closer to, the beginning of my part-time job, of course, I will think it over further, and determine which of the 2 scenarios will be the best. One. But with that scenario that I just explained, the only problem is that the memory could be, the memory is most likely going to get hogged up. Because there would be 3 terminal windows running at the same time. 2 of which are Linux, 1 of them is Node, and then of course the rain meter, which I terminated, would hog the memory up further. Now, this thing only has 12 gigabytes of RAM, so... But the thing is, more RAM means more apps you can run. So that means you could run more apps if you have more RAM. So, something like John's setup would probably be the best, but if this doesn't end up working, I might try this on a different PC. Or, I have a third plan. See what John logs on his mass, NWR. Whatever he ends up ignoring, or doesn't monitor at all, I'll take care of that, and I'll have it monitor. I know he doesn't monitor too much, from each time zone, but I'll take a look and see what the best viable option will be. Alright, so I guess then that crosses that off the list. So let's play around with Wilderness some more. Actually, let's bring back an experiment we did earlier. If we go to the downloads folder here, no, not the alley theme, that would be crazy. And we're not doing both the vocals and the instrumental at the same time. It's Wilderness versus Flutter Realm, vocals only. And we'll skip past the first few parts. And that marker I just put is where this clip is going to go. So let's put it in its spot. Let's crank up Wilderness a little bit. And let's give it a listen. Oh, it was a little off. Alright, let's try it again. See, they got rid of that arrow shake feature. Some people like myself found it annoying, but oh well, I guess we understand. Yeah, I guess I understand now. Yep, there's all the Verizons I had to open up last night. I don't think they're going to be selected, so I'm not even going to bother trying. Oh yeah, and you all didn't see the status, but yeah, I changed it to WBAP is now Texas. I got a different filter we should try. Should I call the Lembine at 2:30 in the morning again? Yes, I think I should. I should try it again. He would get a kick out of it. Anyway, continue. You know what? I think Wilderness is getting a little out of hand. So why don't we try the other song that's part of my favorites? Utopic Dreams. This one. Oh, sure, it won't matter if I change places of the songs. Yay, Utopic Dreams has the place of the Flutter Vocals, and the Flutter Vocals is now in Utopic Dreams. Ooh, this is great. Let's speed it up. Jeez Louise. And here's where the Flutter Realm will begin. Take that. Move it into its place. let's give it a listen with the new setup. I had to time it out with the. I of course had to time it when we went underneath the towers. Yeah, underneath those towers specifically. We just roleplay with our OCs once in a while. Sure, I've got some sound effects that'll make Tom and Ben go crazy. Grave accent.
My talking ginger window. My account user set rave accent, rave accent, rave accent, rave accent. User settings. Preview sound. Grave accent. Grave accent. Exiting area.
Sounds like something out of Windows 10. As I'm sure he's been waiting anxiously for over 2 hours. And now, okay, stop. Let me rephrase that. He's been waiting almost an hour and a half for what I'm about to do. I hope he didn't end up going to bed early tonight. Oh, I gotta hit stop on this before continuing on. Do I want to wreck a stoplight? No, I do not. I do not want to wreck a stoplight. Where's that Deal or No Deal group? I know it's here somewhere. Oh, here it is. I'll just call him via the group. As I'm sure we're going to be moving from there to as I'm sure we're going to be moving from there to there anyway, so. Yeah, we'll just usually get the group up and running about 15 minutes before about 15 minutes before the start of the show. Oh, this is great. Alright. Go tuck my mother in, and then we will get this thing rolling. So you called me like twice that I didn't see the second time around. Now let's see where that clip was of. Alright, here they all are. Oh my gosh. Enter code then. Select Darby Road. In the kitchen, when the refrigerator got a piece of apple pie and some damn ice cream. Alright. I'll actually hit the button when it comes 10 minutes now before we start the show. What's here? Alright, let's see if I can change the code in time. Did I do it quick enough? That was close. Now, let's continue. Heck enough. Not the place. Here we go. There we go. Ah, now we're talking. Okay. So about 10 minutes is showtime. Alright, then I guess here we go.
Well, well, well. I just saw.
Hit the quit button. Nothing restarted. Reconnect.
There you are.
I just thought it'd be funny to hit the quit button right after. But yeah, here's a good
You're
look.
skipping the feedback in the end, dude.
But yeah, here's a good look at what we've been doing tonight. Playing around with a bunch of these Audacity files.
Oh, and coffee. Ginger.
Yep. Yep. Ginger the cat right over here. Along with syncing this chiptune music, putting the Flutter Realm vocals into it, and even syncing it to my video of going under these very same power lines. The ones that I'm showing right now off of State Route 47.
Oh,
Yep, and this was actually part of the route we took when I was heading home from Rochelle, and and of course I've even ported over all the videos from Rochelle. In fact, but yeah, I've also been Also, I mean, that was great. The Discord ringtone bled into WBAP is now Texas.
Oh my
He's playing that over and over again for an hour straight. For 1 hour for 1 hour straight. While Brandon doesn't usually come until right at 10 o'clock. So
Oh yeah, almost.
it's almost that time. Yeah, that's why I wanted to start the call in the groups so that we're not going places, when the time comes and stuff.
Yeah, and this is the one that coming up at time, right?
That's right, 10 o'clock Central Time. Returning for the first time in like 2 weeks. I mean, we couldn't do it for the past 2 weeks because I've already told our viewers why that is. And yep, this was the very first clip from Rochelle. The very first clip. Yep, getting stopped by a BNSF on the way in. It was quite an experience for sure. And for some reason, this first clip, I had it in slow motion, along with the second one. No, no, there weren't. Fortunately, well, the only time there was the Railroad Days event. No, it was the Big Boy excursion from last year. That was the only time, and I still have those videos from last year too. Yeah, show off a little more of the signals. And from my total count of this event, I actually got more trains than I did in all the other Real Fan compilations I've made. And plus, it's 20 minutes longer than all the other ones. Yeah, because the previous one was half an hour long, and this one has a grand total of 53 minutes, I believe. So we can have a little fun with the Rochelle part. And then one of the clips, let's see which one it was.
Was that the waveform used? Oh, is that the waveform used?
Let's see, I think it was a bit towards the end. No, that's the bike. That's the bike rack. Gift shop. Yeah, it shows some of the railroad park. There's a unit of the scanner that was tuned to Union Pacific's frequency.
Scanner model.
This unit scanner, the BC 125AT.
Okay.
Yeah, because I met if you remember, I met some of the same rail fanners from the last time I was there. And then there was me trying to wave hi to the Rochelle rail cams. That's the official one from their site. And this is Virtual Railfan's camera. Then I can show off some of the signs and all through my. I actually got to show off a lot more this time around than the last time. Flagpole. It's probably like somewhere at the beginning. Oh, probably referring to the thumbnails would be best.
No, referring to the signal sound effect. Is that actually a sound effect too?
Well, yeah, some of the bells on the crossings actually have gotten their own sound effect videos. Let me try sorting it by duration. See if I recall. I'll probably just start with like 10 seconds and then go from there. All right, here we go. This is the one. Yeah, here, this is the one. Now, if I unmute the audio,
Yeah.
this was what the little. This is what one of the little kids that were on the locomotive said while I was getting footage of it.
Whoa, tornado! Hey, it's a tornado! I know, like.
Was it a tornado?
Yeah, that's what one of the little kids said. They were just using that gag on the. They were really using that gag while they were on the locomotive.
Oh.
And this one was the longest clip of the whole set, total of 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes. Thankfully, my phone was able to store all of it. I had to take I wanted to take my iPad with me in case it wasn't going to store all of it, or if the battery was gonna, go out.
Plainfield phones do as far as recording videos. They don't use the right codecs. They don't use like something like Transport Stream or NKV.
Well,
It's like 3GPP video format. It's a waste of space. It's for the worst audio and video formats ever.
thank goodness for Apple because they use the MOV format, and I prefer this format. And of course, we all got horn salutes with almost every single train.
Yeah.
And then here was the Union Pacific crossing getting set off while I was showing off the bouncy houses that were there. Yeah, I was showing off the bouncy houses and the crossing was set off. And then one of the little kids came running down to see the train go by. Yeah, and they were showing off a little more things too, including another angle of that locomotive, a different one that was on this one. I think it's the same one. No, I think it was no. It's
I think they had set it to too much of a high bit rate or something. You have video and audio.
yeah, something like that. Yeah, quite a horn salute there. I mean, with how long each of these were, that most likely contributed to the excessive length of this particular thing.
Train.
Yep. Lots and lots of stuff. And then there was
It's just like the tank engine. It was a busy time at the docks. All the engines were working hard, pushing and pulling freight cars about.
yep. But yeah, the railroad days at Rochelle was really fun.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I got to see all those. Yeah, I got to see all those rail fanners again, and even all those trains too. To make it no, but I do know most of them actually have YouTube channels. Yeah, most of them actually do. All right, I see we've crossed 10. Yep, because I know it's 10. Because I know it's after 10 o'clock. So we'll see if he picks up, and I'll keep trying every 5 minutes and see if we get an answer.
Yeah.
And we'll keep doing it over the course of 20 minutes. And if we don't hear back, then we will jump right to Wheel of Fortune like we've done. Or you know what? That actually I think is a better idea. Let's have you be the contestant tonight. Why wasn't I thinking of You know what? I think we'll just have you play it right now because I mean, I was not thinking of this the first time. Why was I not thinking of this the first time we set this up?
You didn't.
Yeah, why would? Yeah,
He's
yeah. He didn't pick up.
not.
So
I'll try. Then pick up, then we'll try to crash the party and we'll let him play it.
yeah, we'll
With the
just
zone.
then we'll just let him play the game where it is. But while I load, the game up, enjoy this sample of Utopic Dreams or whatever. Enjoy the sample of Utopic Dreams while I load up the game.
I need to start making more music. I should start making more music. I don't know what to do though. Sounds like something we could play in Jalen County video game.
Alright, game ready to go.
Wait, what is it?
I'll let the song go all the way to the end.
Yep.
And verify
Whoa!
that
What was that?
audio and
Oh,
microphone
what was
ready.
that? I just saw. That was really weird. Oh wait, no, that was HF, wasn't it? Damn. Yeah. Hang on.
That's a really good thing.
I wonder
Alright.
if there's some. Alrighty.
Oh, I didn't have the virtual machine. I had the virtual machine turned down earlier while we were doing the mod.
Yeah.
There we go. Alright.
Get
Let's get
started.
this show on the road.
Hello and welcome to Deal or No Deal.
Yes.
I'm Howie Mandel, and this evening.
And
you
yeah,
walk
Nani's
away
gonna
with
be
a
up there near the
cash prize.
bankers
In order
then.
to do that, you're going to have to be
Yes,
lucky,
banker, of
gutsy,
course.
and have a
Oh,
great sense
excuse
of
me, I'm sorry.
timing. Now I think
Yeah,
it's time I
banker.
introduce
We should
you
put that
to
icon up there, dude.
26 of my better
Now,
half.
ladies, please.
Yeah. Alright, here comes ladies in their white dresses this time. Okay. Not pink like you'd usually see with me.
We don't know what is in each of these.
But there is a
you
pink
never know
outline
what
for whatever.
The biggest prize
You'll
amount
get a
in one of
different
these
dress color
cases
each game.
is $1 million.
And each
Yep.
time we play this,
$1
we get a different dress
million,
color.
all the way
We
down
get a very
to
different
Yep.
dress color every
Those are
time.
the different amounts. In each case,
Yep.
one of those amounts.
Hopefully
Alright.
that 2
I
week
actually
break.
I gotta download the.
Hopefully
wait,
that
hold
2 week
on.
break hasn't.
Now, let's choose lucky number 22, which is I think the maximum amount of cascades I gotten.
Okay, very well.
Actually, it
Now
was
this
21, but 22 we'll choose because that's the value I got. And level 16 in Bejeweled 3 one time.
We start by opening those cases. Whatever we find in those
Yep,
cases is
yep,
obviously
yep,
not
yep,
your
yep,
case.
yep.
Let's begin.
For the first, we'll start with 6 cases in round 1.
Yup. Yup. And then number 1 is going to be number 3.
Number
That'll
3.
be the first case.
Let's see.
$10.
$10. Awesome job, yeah, that.
You still have
Oh my
5
gosh.
more cases to open before the next offer.
Wait, I gotta. And then number 10.
Number 10, that's Joy.
The dollar.
Excellent.
Wow.
$1 is off the board. You still have 4 more cases to open before the next offer.
And then number 19.
Number 19, that's Jade.
Okay,
Let's see a
what's in
penny.
there. Hopefully a
Penny.
3. $300.
Small amounts.
Wow. Fantastic round.
Pick 3 more cases before the next offer.
Next one is gonna be no, actually 8.
Sounds like a new version of
Number 8,
On the
yes,
Starting
Gene.
Way.
Please show us a low
Or
number.
in my words.
Oh, you actually hearing it?
Yeah, or in other words, the
Four small amounts in a row.
R290
You have 2 more cases to open. Pick a case.
Wow, I can't believe microphone's that sensitive. Okay. Next case is gonna
$1
be
million
16.
is still on the board.
16.
Number
16.
16, oh my gosh. Oh, that's a bit of a high value.
Off the board. Hopefully that won't hurt you
But
too
it's
much.
only 5 figures, though.
You still have
Yeah.
1 more case to open before the next offer.
18.
Alright.
Number 18.
18 to close out the round. $5.
$5 off the board.
Nice.
Not
Wow.
So that is
Okay,
the end
the first
of the
round is over.
round.
You picked 6 cases,
And
and now
now
it's time for the banker to make
Banker
your offer.
Una,
It's
it's
not
time
your
to
friend.
Banker Una, he should have put the icon up there.
He's reading your
It's
every
right on
move, and he
the
wants you to
top
hear it
center of the
possible.
screen. You should just put it up
Money
there.
possible.
But you can't do that.
There
I
it is
could,
now.
but the thing moves.
Hello?
But the thing moves too fast.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's fair.
Banker Una, I hope you enjoyed that 2-week break and a
This
lot
is a
of
very
votes.
fair offer, but
Especially
it is
those
very
new
early.
backgrounds of you
The offer
and Donnie
is-
in the alley.
$18,000.
Anyway,
What is
the
it?
first
$18,000?
offer.
No
18 grand
deal.
is the first offer. No way.
No deal.
No way.
Yeah, I am trying to make it, but it's gonna be tough on the start.
Yeah, we'll give him all the
Oh,
time he
actually,
needs.
To keep the million in play,
Anyway,
the offer is
round
Number
two.
4.
Just start it
Number
off.
4.
All right,
Let's
what
see
do
a
we
low
have?
amount.
Hopefully something low.
Oh,
$8
no.
off the board. Not in your case.
It's like in the middle.
4 more cases to go.
15.
What do we have
Number
there?
15.
Oh, man. That's not good. This is turning downhill pretty
All right,
quickly.
3 more to
Pretty
open. Pick a number.
quickly indeed.
5.
Alright,
Please,
number
low
five.
number.
Turn
Low
this
number,
around.
please.
Good.
No whammies, no whammies,
Something low.
and stop.
$500.
Yes, $500.
Not in your case. Off the
And by the way, that's refreshing
All right,
luck.
2 more to
This
open.
is
Pick a
doing no
number.
deal.
I know, but I'm just doing it as a joke. You know
I
me.
understand. Anyway,
$1 million is still on the board.
Oh, man. 17.
alright, here we
Number
have.
17.
Oh, man.
Oh man.
This is turning out to be a terrible
1 more
round.
case to go.
20.
Alright, well,
Number
I'm going
20.
pretty quickly here,
Let's see a
too.
low
That's
amount.
kind of interesting. Oh, geez, let's see how we do.
$300,000
Oh, man, we're
out of
going.
it.
I should slow down here,
avoid those huge
Yalek.
amounts.
What are you doing tonight? Are you doing more bad
That
luck
was okay.
again?
Wasn't great. Not horrible. Let's see what the banker thinks.
At least he's being positive. Hope he's not going to go down significantly, though.
Hello, banker.
Una.
Okay. Okay.
Silly Lombine. Lombine, whatever, heck. I can't make
The
the
offer went
species.
up, and this is a very nice amount of money. The offer is $75,000.
What? Wow, okay, no deal.
Wow.
Dang.
No deal.
Very good.
Wow,
Good luck.
indeed, that's pretty suspicious of that going up like that.
Yeah.
23.
Number 23.
Alright,
That's Stephanie.
23. What do we see? $50.
$50.
$50. That's awesome. No.
3 more
Wow.
cases before the next
Root
offer.
mean square my 25? Oh
Number
jeez.
25. That's Madison.
No, what is going on here? No, this is not what I want.
2 more cases to open. Pick a case.
Let's see. I hope 21 does not have the $1 million in it because that's my favorite number. One of my favorite top numbers.
It does not.
Well, that's good. It's not $1 million. That's good. It's $10,000.
Pick one more case before the next offer.
Oh man. 6?
Number 6.
Where the million has been ending up. Not this time.
$100 out of play. Nice pick.
Yeah, all right. Good.
So you know that that's the banker, and it's his job to buy back your case. So
He needs to frick around, and Una needs to shut up and just focus on the thing instead of teasing that thing.
Hello. Okay, that's fair. This is a very nice offer. The banker wants to know if you will leave now for $95,000.
I knew that. I actually guessed that one when I was. Oh, interesting. I actually guessed that right, didn't I? Okay, no deal.
Still no deal.
No deal.
I'll play Space Beams for a little bit. I love Space Beams.
$1 million is still on the board.
All right, next one is going to be 12? 12? 12.
That's Ann.
12. Let's just say it 12. Yay!
That's good. All right.
Oh,
two more to open.
hold on, I gotta.
If you keep the million in play, the offer is gonna
2.
go up. Number 2.
Oh, what do they say? I hope this does not.
$400.
Wow.
In a row.
Nice.
You still have one more case to open before the
Good
next
go.
offer.
And
Oh,
those
this
space
dude
beams
number
could be used for Plainfield
24.
Road.
Oh, jeez. 24. Please cooperate with us. 24.
Number 24, that's just
24, they'd
no
say.
huge amounts of please.
Oh, this button. Oh, no.
$25.
Yay. This could be a world record. Still no penny. Is this really going to be another one of those rounds where it's I get the penny? Or is it just going to be... Yeah.
Into the 6 figures.
Yeah, I gotta...
The offer is
What's the 6 figures?
$155,000.
$5,000. Wow. I need to disconnect my Wi-Fi. Hey, Plainfield, your audio's cutting out. I don't know if I noticed that.
It's probably on his end.
if you choose
Oh, there we go. Now it's good.
then you can take that money home. If you choose no deal, you have to open up 2 more
Yep,
cases
no deal.
before the next offer. No deal, baby.
And then the next one's gonna be... Oh, man. 9? Chase Elliott and Brendan
Maria.
Fick number. Driver. Which has the penny! Penny is gone! I lucked out, Brendan!
All right.
Wow!
More to open.
We'll have to show the entire
Wow.
pesky
Okay.
penny this week.
If you knock out the
Pesky
million,
Penny's gone. And then number 13. Let's see if this... I hope 13 does not
Number
have
13,
this
that's
$1 million. If it does, I'm going to be so upset.
Nope, $100,000.
It doesn't. Good.
Yeah, I guess that would be the
Excellent round. Let's see what the money value is.
Let's see what happened to the offer.
This is a lot.
Oh, it's going up now.
Oh my gosh, what is this value?
$200,000.
No deal. No deal.
This round, we start picking.
One piece of time going forward.
You keep the million in
All
play,
right.
the offer's gonna go.
Number 1. I'm pretty sure number 1's gonna have it, isn't it? Is it or not? No, it's not. Interesting. Hmm.
I think the banker's getting a little loser. This
Oh my
What
god,
will
this
Baker
is gonna
say?
be big. Ugh.
This is a fantastic offer. You need to weigh your
Oh
options.
no. Oh, and even 300. Wow. No deal.
No deal.
I'm still waiting for $75, but let's see. We'll do 26 just to be sure I'm not giving myself a heart attack here. Yay! Wait, what did you say?
That music is so loud, I can barely hear what Elliot is saying.
I'm sorry, Plainfield. I'm so sorry. I'll keep it down now.
Okay.
I'll let them know.
Why did I not say that?
This is a fantastic offer.
Oh, well.
You need to weigh your
Oh, what's
options.
this offer gonna? Oh,
He's
jeez.
offering you
Gonna be big.
$380,000.
now.
The mo-
That's not much of an increase, but okay, well, no deal.
Wow.
No deal?
No deal.
I just said no deal.
Wow, he is no dealing. Now the
Okay.
worst cases to pick. 11.
Amounts are on the
My
board.
lucky number.
Before we get after the thing goes absolutely crazy. Yeah, I hope it's lucky for me as well. Oh my!
$750,000
Wow, that was a close call.
Out of
A
play
very
and
close
not in
call
your case.
indeed.
Yeah, Plainfield. It was not
the way you
lucky
want
for
it
me
to be.
though.
You want to stay in the left column,
Yeah.
small amounts.
Well, there's only two small amounts left. $5,075.
Yeah.
Plus $1 million.
Shit.
The only way the offers will continue increasing is
Yeah.
if $1 million
This
stays
is a
on the
fantastic
board.
offer. You need to weigh your options. The offer is
Weigh your options, they say.
And now we're back down
Back down to 300. Okay, that's okay. No deal.
no deal.
All right.
No deal.
Final case.
All right.
Before we get to
This
the
is
final
where I
two.
have to comment on Brendan and Year's bad luck because these are the two cases I left it out of play. Did you know that? Did you not know
If
that?
you knock out the
Well,
million,
of course,
the
because
offer is going
he's
to go
played
way
this game
down.
for a long time and for a while, and I'm sure he knows by now.
All right,
Must know by
let's
now
do
that
number
these two
14 and see what happens. If that's $1 million, we are screwed over.
Nope, $75.
We probably might do it.
Not your
I hope this. Oh my gosh.
good round.
Oh
good
my
round.
god, is
See
this
how
gonna
much it
happen for the third frickin' time?
At least from what he
This might happen for the third time, Plainfield.
Hello.
Well, we'll see.
The third
But
time.
we still got two.
I
final
know. I
steps
just.
Okay.
before we
Man.
find out.
This is a
First,
fantastic
His
offer.
bankers,
You need
his
to
bankers,
weigh your options.
final offer.
And the
What
offer
is
Oh.
is
$470,000.
No. Get rid of that out of my face. No deal.
No deal, banker.
And now,
All right, keep the
last
case,
step.
Mr. Case. You are being kept. Let's see if you
Wow.
did good or not.
Before
Oh,
can
I
even
hope
say
this.
a word, let's see what
Oh.
happens.
Want to know what's in your case?
No.
Let's see.
Good. Oh,
Yes.
Yeah,
yeah.
Held out until the very
Yeah, for
end
the
and it
third
paid off.
time.
You have
It happened
$1
again for the third
million
stinking
case.
time.
I knew he would do it for the third time.
The third time. The third stinking time. Woohoo! Awesome. Well.
Very lucky. Very lucky
Yeah.
with this game. Why
Oh.
okay for Yala? Because I can't fit the whole name.
Yep.
There you go.
Wow.
There
That was
you go.
fantastic.
Another entry of $1 million on with the other
Mhm.
entries. They're already on there.
Right.
Anyway, now it's time to move on to Wheel of Fortune,
Yeah.
which actually will be wrapping up its 42nd season after this week. Ryan Seacrest's
Wow.
first year as host.
Nice.
And I sure hope
Only
he had
2 seasons? My goodness.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he had a great time hosting.
Yeah.
He had a great time hosting his first season, and he's looking forward to many more. Looking forward to many, many more, I'm sure. And he's looking forward to many, many more. Anyway, now we're going to get on to playing America's game.
Hi, folks. Charlie O'Donnell here. Before we get to our game,
Before we get to our game.
So how many people out there? We got some variety here for you.
Of course,
What's
20
it gonna
minutes.
be? Fair one. What's your name?
Yeah, we got some Chinese.
That's the Orient Escape set.
Yeah.
You know what? Sure, let's play that set tonight. I was gonna do Hawaii.
After all,
because of
Plainfield, guess what? I was at the John Ball Zoo for the Lantern Festival, Asian themed, again.
Well, I guess that's probably the zoo thing he was talking about while we were in the Lawn of Oaks.
Yep. There weren't as many lanterns this year.
And I was thinking about doing the Hawaii set because of how hot it is, and I know I love the heat.
You could probably do that. I mean, it doesn't. Well, it's kind of too late for that, but it's okay. But yeah.
Yeah, it's all right.
But I love me some $1 million.
Yep.
If I had $1 million, I'd be rich.
Oh my gosh, I remember when I was over at my neighbor's house, Friday nights in the cold winters, in the basement playing darts, and the mother there has music like that playing on her Galaxy S3 from Boost Mobile.
Yeah.
She got an S7, but I don't know what she has now. But I'm sure she has something like an S21 or 22 Ultra or something like that. But
yeah.
Enough talking about cell phones. We're gonna go ahead and do the Orient Escape set here. Let's play Wheel of Fortune.
Wheel of Fortune. Oh man.
From the Sony Picture Studios, it's America's Game.
Let's get started.
We've got it all for you because it's Orient Escape Day here on Wheel of Fortune. And now, here's your host
for Wheel of Fortune, Vanna White.
Thank you, Charlie. Hi, everyone. Welcome
to our game.
There we go.
Now for our first puzzle.
Let's take a look at our category. Before and after. Okay, start things off. You get us going, player
It's
one.
the classic before and after.
You should have put Una and Nani play with you tonight.
$300.
But you didn't. That
Well,
sucks.
only expect that on the Big John's version.
A pair of teeth.
Yeah, that's right.
Where we get to call ampersands, dollar signs, asterisks, and much, much more.
Oh, we doing that tonight or on the Big
John's
John's version?
But it doesn't work that way.
Sorry, no end.
On here, no, it doesn't. Yeah.
Player two, you're up.
It's not possible to
spin the
do a
wheel.
random character extravaganza on a game like this. It would be nice.
Oh my
but
God.
Unfortunately, no.
$800.
Yeah.
I'll try. An
Oh, there was
L.
that video I was watching earlier about the decline of
There are no L's.
about fast
Sorry.
food chains that are slowly disappearing.
You're
in that
up,
same
player
channel,
three.
from a video I found
like to
about the
spin,
decline of
please.
McDonald's.
Yeah.
How McDonald's has been declining in quality and service.
$300.
Yep.
How about an S?
$300.
Good. 2 S's.
Good, 2
Buy a
S's.
vowel, please.
Can I buy a vowel,
Is there
please?
an A then?
Uh-huh. 2
There's
A's.
2 A's.
I'd like to buy
Yeah.
another vowel.
I'd like to buy another vowel.
Come on, give me an O.
Yes, there's 1
And there
O.
is an O.
Guys, impatient. Good lord. I like to spin the wheel.
$500.
R.
Nope, no R.
Not a single R.
No R's.
Player 1, good
Good
luck.
luck.
Let's see how we do. Oh, you almost got $100.
$50.
I'm gonna try the P.
Good.
The letter P,
2
that is.
E's.
2. Wow, good job.
Let's buy the E.
Yes, 1 E. Show
There's
us
an
where.
E. Alright, how about the I?
2 I's here.
Wow, good lord.
And let's buy the last one.
There is 1 U. Yes. Yes.
Oh my
And now
gosh,
you're
no
out
more
of bounds.
vowels. We're out of vowels now. Now it's just making money. $600.
$600.
A D.
Uh-huh. 1 D.
Yeah, let's go from there.
Wait, what? That sounds pretty dumb.
$800.
How about a B?
Can do. 1
1
B.
B. And that will do it.
Wait a minute. Oh.
Nice going.
I almost thought that said stupids instead of cupids.
All right, there you go.
Well, there wouldn't even be enough letters to fit it.
Let's check out how all
Yeah.
the players are
And
doing
that would
after
most
this
likely
round.
qualify for one of those stupid game show answers.
Player 1, what can I say?
I remember seeing that crazy compilation of all these funny answers from All Over the
Good
World.
luck, everyone.
Yeah.
Look at this
From
puzzle.
Family Feud to even Wheel of
We've
Oh
got
yeah,
eyes on the wheel
September.
this time, Charlie.
Oh god.
Tell us about
the
it.
group
Did
of
I
Bill
tell you that
Butchers was especially
that
fun.
Trejo family from the September episode was actually featured in 1994 as well?
Oh, what was featured in September?
No, the September family. You know remember the Trejo family from Family Feud, the September episode?
Oh, that. Yeah, the September family.
That family was actually featured in the 1994 version with Richard Dawson again, but they lost, of course.
I'll spin the wheel.
Well, that family came on twice. In the same
Yep,
show, though.
they came on twice.
450.
Yeah,
They were very nice to him. They were glad to see him again.
We have a
Yeah,
total of 2 L's.
although usually nowadays
would
it's
like to buy a
usually
vowel,
you can only
please.
show up 5 times, and then if you win your 5th game,
Are there any A's?
family
Yeah.
retires and
Uh-huh. 2 A's.
they
Yeah.
I'd like to
they
buy
win a nice
another vowel,
shiny new
please.
car.
A brand new car.
Just the one.
I'd like to
That's a lot of vowels.
please.
Oh my gosh.
E.
Yes, there's an E.
E.
In fact, there are 2 of them.
That voice sounds like. The voice sounds like Una.
Almost, but
Oh.
of course that show didn't come
Can I
around
have an S?
until 11 years after this game was made.
No, sorry. No S's.
Because this game is circa 2000.
No.
Y2K.
Yeah. I'll spin, Vanna.
$400.
There's gotta be an N.
A single N up there.
A single N up there.
I think I'll buy a vowel.
Wait a minute.
I'll take a U, please.
That sounds like a notification ringtone.
A ringtone?
Player 1, good luck.
Yeah, doo-doo. That little ringtone thing you heard in the not vowel interruption.
Well, that's sort of the transitional cue in the game.
$450.
Yeah, I should have said it's my notification
Let's try C.
ringtone.
Natalie Cole.
I should just use transition sound effects for notification ringtones. That's a celebrity, isn't it? Natalie Cole.
Everybody everybody's doing after this round.
I don't know if that celebrity has ever been on Celebrity Wheel of Fortune or Celebrity
I see
Jeopardy.
you've played our game
Yeah.
before, player one.
SPC Plane is doing really good at $2,400.
Yeah, I can't fit my whole name in there. The whole name in there.
It's time for the
I
jackpot
know.
round.
Best I can fit.
$5,000 and more for you.
Oh yes, the old-fashioned
We've
jackpot
got a prize
round,
on the wheel
something
this
that
time,
doesn't
Charlie.
exist anymore
Tell us
in
about
New
it.
York Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
Spreading the
I miss
news.
it.
It's not the prize,
It's an
but
all-expense-paid romantic weekend.
And
to
way before the
spectacular
mystery
New York
round
City.
too, and
A
even the express wedge.
$5,680 value.
Man, goes to show how
wait,
how much
where's
this game
this
has
at?
changed.
Which city was that?
Here goes.
New York City.
Same
Yeah.
It's the
name.
same name. And Dustin 3 will be going first.
Player
this
3,
time.
you start us off this time.
Oh, 3 this
here I
time.
go.
Okay.
Yep,
I'll
Dustin
spin.
3 starts
All
off.
right, give me a big one.
Should just say whammy.
$400.
L.
Oh, there's no
One
whammy.
L.
Wheel of Fortune.
Oh.
Their, well,
Can I buy
their
a
term
vowel,
of whammy
please?
is bankrupt.
Give me an A.
Yeah.
There are
No, and then Big
Sorry.
John's
Oh,
game actually
why
has the
me?
big bank.
Player
That's
1,
right.
good luck.
The big
I
bank,
just like
also
how
known
they
as the
do
vault.
that. I like fun.
Also known as the vault.
Yeah. Whoa, that was close.
$900.
Let's try it. A T here. And there's no T
Not
either.
a single.
No.
It's your turn, player 2.
Yeah, as we discussed.
Oh, I'll spin, Vanna.
Yeah, the
Wow.
big bank is. Yeah, as I said, vault's like the big bank.
Hey, she got the jackpot. Whoa.
A single S.
But now she needs to solve the puzzle in order to win it.
Yeah.
The jackpot. All right. All you have to do now is solve the puzzle.
Then it freezes and crashes.
If she can.
Oh, I'll spin, Vanna.
And she
Okay, come on now.
Aw. I remember when the game crashed. Is that what? Wait, was that the Big John's version?
N.
Yeah, it was when I had all computer
N.
opponents
Sorry.
try to. When I had a puzzle filled with
You're
nothing
up,
but
player 3.
special
I'll spin.
characters. And
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
puzzles filled with nothing but special characters.
$600.
Yeah.
No,
I'll
we
take
can't
an
solve
R,
this
please.
puzzle. Because we're supposed to call letters, not weird symbols.
There are 3 in this puzzle.
Wow.
I'd like to buy a vowel, please.
1850. Wow.
I'd like an O, please, Vanna.
Uh-huh. 2 O's.
Wow.
I'd like to buy another vowel. I'm thinking E.
It sounds like something you hear from a telecom company.
All the vowels
For
are
the
now
whole
gone.
thing.
I'd like to spin the wheel, please.
That sound?
Yeah. Why does it sound like something you hear like AT&T or like, you know?
That jackpot
Oh,
is
what
growing.
the fuck? Oh, Cisco. I don't know what I'm talking about.
H.
That's weird.
There are 2 H's.
I'd like to spin.
Uh-oh,
please.
the audio's chopping out again. That sucks. Oh, no. Womp womp.
No,
what a
shame.
Player 1, good luck.
Alright, let's see how you do. What?
Oh, well, at least you didn't
Oh,
lose too much.
no,
What is
no,
up with
no,
this
no.
It's your turn, player 2. I'll spin.
No, is this gonna happen? Oh, man, what the hell is that all about?
No W's.
No.
Player 3, on to you.
I'll spin, Vanna.
Oh, my gosh.
Uh-oh,
This
who's the
wheel is
turn?
just causing
Sorry.
trouble.
Player 1, over to you.
Yeah,
Lots and
what's
lots
up
of
with that
trouble.
crap? I wonder if random number generators are really that random.
Did
Oh
it
my
again.
god!
Twice in a
Is that
row.
yours?
Oh,
No,
no.
what a shame.
Is that yours?
It's your turn.
Oh, it was. What the heck?
have anything
Oh,
to lose.
nice.
Have anything to
It
lose.
wants you to lose. That's probably the problem.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
$600. I'd like
This
a seat,
feels
please,
probably
Vanna.
still mad after being away
C's
for
up
like
there.
2 weeks straight.
I'll spin the wheel.
Wow. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess this feels just showing
Oh
up.
man.
$300.
Player player 3's gonna probably. Player 2's gonna win.
No, not an
No.
Not
I
an
love it.
sight.
No.
You're up, player 3.
Oh my gosh.
Spin, Vanna.
I think I'll spin, man. Let's see. $700.
Growing. $700.
Wow.
I'd like a G, please, Vanna.
$10,400? Oh my gosh.
Oh, why me?
Oh,
Player 1,
Oh.
good luck.
that's it too as 1200 currently.
Oh, okay. Hey, Yahoo! Prize.
Alright, but I gotta solve the puzzle in order to... Look at that one, it's for B.
$600.
Let's try it B.
2 B's up there. Let's see them.
Cherry and shoe cobbler, I won that
Unfortunately, you didn't solve it. That's a pretty interesting flavor of
Outstanding.
Outstanding.
Let's see how all our players are doing after this round.
Not well, that's for sure.
trip. Well, for everybody else
Played
that
our game
is.
before, player 1.
You of course get the most, and nobody's got 0. Yeah.
Good luck, everybody. We've got a prize on the wheel this time, Charlie. Tell us about it.
Oh, Canada. Get ready for an
Canada.
all-expense-paid winter vacation to
I wonder if it should say, "Oh, Jalen Crony."
annual winter
Jalen
festival
County.
of $4,550.
Whoa! I don't know what I'm trying to
Let's
say
take a
here.
look at our category. Before
and after.
Okay, start things
And
off.
by
You get us
rotation,
going,
I get to
player
go
1.
first in this round.
Yay! Oh, that close to another prize puzzle.
How about an R?
There are no
No!
Close to the prize
I
wedge.
love that
Player 2,
puzzle.
But
you're up.
here, prize puzzles
Oh, I'll
weren't a
spin,
thing
Vanna.
yet. Prize puzzles were not a thing yet.
Yeah.
There's a special prize added
lose a
on to
turn.
whatever you
Sorry.
win if you solve the puzzle.
You're up.
They're gonna lose a
player
turn
3.
already?
I'm gonna
Wow, that's
spin.
loser turn. That sucks for her.
Come
No, any big bucks and stop. It's such a meme now.
on. I'll try L.
Good, 2 L's.
Good, 2 L's.
Buy a vowel, please.
Oh my gosh.
Is there an A, Vanna?
Okay, 4 A's as a matter of fact.
Right on!
Holy
I'd like to buy
crap.
another vowel.
Oh my. What?
O.
A pair of O's.
2-2.
I'd like to buy another vowel.
Another vowel? Goodness gracious.
I'm thinking E here.
Yes, 1 E. Show us where.
Wow.
Spin, please. Let's go. Let's
I like
get
the
some
sperm
money here.
plane. Oh, that close to lose a turn. But $300 is pretty good.
Is there an S?
1 S.
1
I'm gonna
S.
buy a vowel.
Another vowel. Gosh dang, this guy likes to buy balls.
U? No. No U's.
No. Love that.
Player 1, over to you.
Oh. Oh.
$450.
A B.
We have 2 B's.
Good job.
And let's buy the last
1
vowel.
I. Show us. Yes, and now you're out of vowels.
And now you're out of vowels. Oh man, that was pretty close to another bankrupt again.
N.
a single N up there.
1 N? Holy crap.
$900.
How about a T?
1 T.
What? Holy crap. Dude.
$800.
A C?
1 C. Where is it?
And I'm gonna go ahead and solve it
Wow.
right now. Baseball Captain Hook.
That's cool.
Congratulations.
Before and after.
Outstanding.
Baseball Captain and Captain Hook. We separate.
Yeah, play Chain Reaction. Isn't that actually what it is?
That was
That is like Chain Reaction, the game show that Dylan Lane hosted. Wait,
Yeah,
what? What did my speedometer do?
What can I say?
Yeah, I remember.
Speedometer just went.
Yeah, I remember seeing Chain Reaction.
On to the next round. Good luck, everyone.
The old one I
Take a
really
look at
enjoyed.
this puzzle.
Yeah. They should have increased the prices for the new game show. I do know Dylan Lane's hosting it again. He's actually hosting it, another version of it.
I believe he hosted that newer.
This time, player 2 goes first.
One too.
Okay, here I go.
He did, yeah. So that's nice. He gets to do twice.
$900. L.
L? No!
No L's.
I love that sound effect. Number 3. Oh, just spin the wheel. He says.
$500.
What is it?
I'll try an S, please.
There are no S's. Sorry.
Oh, man. I don't
Player
believe
1,
it.
good luck.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough puzzle. But probably am. Oh, man.
$450.
R.
We have 2 R's.
Nice job.
$900.
T. No T.
Not a T in sight. Sorry.
And there's a T, and then there's a T, and then oh, there's a T, and there's 10 T's up there. If you like to risk $10,000 by solving that puzzle, the answer is no way.
$900.
What is this doing?
Yes, there is.
Am I even in?
I would like to buy a vowel, please. An A.
Yes, there's 1 A.
I'd like to buy another vowel, please.
Yeah, that's definitely what I'm going to use in application. So.
2 O's.
I'd like to buy another vowel, please. I will try an E.
2 E's.
Oh my god.
Let's give this baby a spin.
Yep, I know what this one's going to be.
Yep, I do too. I know it's just about to say that.
Oh, man.
$600.
Another bank cut almost that close to. What's this speedometer doing?
Not a single.
No.
Player 3.
Not a single
I'll
H.
spin, Vanna.
Oh, man.
$300.
W.
Absolutely not.
W.
Absolutely.
Oh, why me?
Player 1. Over to you.
And I'll solve it right now. It's Rio G. Gennaro, if I spell it correctly.
Oh!
There was literally a question about
That's
that on
it.
today's
Great.
Jeopardy Masters. As I said, in Jeopardy
There
Masters
was?
finale.
That's the end of this round. Let's take a look at the scores.
Yeah, there was a question like that in Jeopardy Masters finale.
Yeah. Wait for it to say they get it right.
You've got the lead.
Well, they did.
Time
In
for
fact,
the next
I got
round.
it right even
Good luck,
before the
everybody.
contestants did.
Good.
The category of this puzzle is
Anyway, next round.
phrase.
It's a phrase.
Great. Oh, that's a big puzzle. That's a big
Player 3, you start us
puzzle.
off this time.
Okay, here I go. I'll spin, Vanna. Come on, show me the big money.
Oh man.
$900.
Vanna, I'll try L.
Good. 5
You will
L's.
get.
All right.
Whoa!
I'd like to buy a vowel,
$4,500. Wow.
I'll
You're
try
gonna
an
buy
A,
vowels?
please.
Oh, come on. You're
There
just
is one.
doing this
Yes,
again and
one
again.
I'd like to buy another
Helping
vowel.
you solve today, dude.
How about an O?
We've got 5 O's in this puzzle.
All right. I'd like to buy
All
another vowel.
right. Oh my
I'm thinking E
God.
here.
2 E's.
I'd
Dang.
like to buy another vowel. U.
There are 3 in this puzzle.
3 U's in the puzzle.
Wow.
I'd like to buy another vowel. Give me an I, please.
There
Could be
are
a bunch of
3 in
those.
this puzzle.
3 I's as well.
All the
Wow,
vowels are
no
now
more
gone. All the
vowels.
vowels
Let's
are
give
now
this a
gone.
spin. Come on.
Oh my goodness. This guy's on a roll. And he almost got $1,000 too.
$300.
Come on, S.
1 S.
He's gonna win this round. Jeez.
$300.
Is there an N, Vanna?
A single N
There
up
is
there.
an.
I'll spin.
Wow. Oh jeez, my speedometer's now going up to 0.4 already, and it's not even supposed to be good.
$700.
I'd like
700
an R, please,
down.
Vanna.
1 R in this puzzle.
Oh my God, this says in a roll.
Oh, not that one.
Oh, just when you think you're gonna do
So
it.
close.
Nope.
Bad luck.
Bad luck.
No.
Player 1, over to you.
Yep. Alright.
$400.
Not an F.
1 F.
And
No.
And that
We're
sound
running a
means
bit
we
short
are
on time here.
running
I'm
short
going to
on
have to give
time.
the wheel a final
So,
spin.
one final spin of the wheel. That was worth nothing.
Yeah.
And so
Wow.
this will be worth $4.50 apiece.
$450.
I will try T.
Yes, there are 3
That was the letter I was
T's.
going to go with.
Oh.
Player
Oh, I
3,
know what
on
this
to you.
puzzle is.
I'd like an H, please.
1 H in this puzzle.
Yeah. Solve it.
Player 1, over to you.
That's what I'm going to do. First, I'm going to call the
2
Y.
Y's.
I'll tell you if you promise not to laugh.
Way to go.
Yep. You won the round yet again.
And
Oh my
again.
God, the speedometer just won't stop
Well
going
done.
up. The
Way to
odometer
go,
and trip
player
won't
one.
move.
Swept the game pretty much.
Yep.
That's it for this round. Let's see how all our players are doing.
Let's see this one.
You must be a wheel watcher, player 1.
$14,730.
$14,130.
Moving on to the bonus round is our top money winner. Player 1.
Player
It's the
1.
bonus round. Start by picking one of these cards, and we'll see if we
can
can't add to your total.
Which I would love to. I would love to add on to that. Let's do the W
This
W?
round, our category
in
is
wheel.
event.
It's event.
R, S, T,
Of course, we
L,
started
N, and
R,
E
S,
are where
T,
you
L,
see
N,
them.
and E.
Now please pick 3 more consonants and a vowel.
And the vowel. Sure thing.
Oh, you're not getting much help at all.
See, G. And M. D. And O.
Here's your bonus round puzzle.
Wedding.
That's it.
Awesome
Congratulations.
job.
What have they won,
What
Charlie?
did I win?
Do you dig dinosaurs? We hope so, because Wheel of Fortune is sending you on an incredible dinosaur dig to India. Along with a team of...
Ooh, a trip to India.
You'll travel to the exotic...
The scammer nation of the world. I'm sorry I had to say that. I'm sorry.
Is yours.
Wow.
Courtesy of Wheel of Fortune.
$15,000. Good job.
Your final total to
Congratulations, player one. You
$30,230.
really racked up a big
Nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome job.
All
right, and we're almost done. We're just about done, yeah, with that.
Yes, we are.
Wait, is this seriously? Oh my God, this odometer is going up to 0.5 now. Wait, stop. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna include that in the outro reel. In the editing.
Yeah, another $1 million winner in the real deal. I don't know how I'm doing that so well. Third time this happened.
Yeah, first time he's played this. First time he's won $1 million since we started playing this game. Hey.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
So we are done with this virtual machine now, so let's go ahead and shut it off.
Shut that off and
we're going to get to going through some of the other things that the enthusiasts got today.
Yep. Back to Windows 11. Yep.
That's right. Back to my host.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, you got it. It looks a lot like Jalen County, doesn't it? But with a bunch of power lines and grasslands.
Yeah, that screenshot.
Yeah. Those look like old power lines, though. They look really, really old. Are they newer?
Yeah, let me pull the screenshot up again. Yeah, I can do it.
It looks pretty new.
Well, from what it looks like, but yeah, there's a little bit of
Oh,
rust on them. I'm not sure how long
They're
those towers have
power
been there.
lines, yeah.
But I'm sure.
It's a couple of things already at 0.5. What the heck? And it's going up. What is this DS speedometer app doing?
Hey, and this shot from May 2024, yeah, you can see a little bit of
Yeah, rust on it. Yeah, that's all. They're still there. Wow. It's going up.
Pretty old. But then I
Pretty
actually
old,
see
yep.
these towers in a few other places too.
Yeah.
Particularly downtown.
Yep.
Plainfield here.
You know what? I think it might be the same one.
Well, yeah, these sort of do look like the same tower design.
Yeah. What if they're all part of the same line?
No, they're not. They're different.
Oh, they are? Okay.
No, they're not. They're two of these are part of different networks. I mean, depending on how these are configured, like these towers here are
probably split apart, or so they probably split apart at different locations.
Yeah, very different. And then, of course, another.
Yeah.
And there actually used to be another one of those towers.
You know what's funny? Plainfield?
Here.
They have actually put new power lines up, kind of like that, kind of. Not these ones, but they put new power lines up near where?
Yeah,
I think there was a couple roads.
There's two towers that stand here now. And this tower unfortunately went along with it, which was the only oddball out of this.
Yeah. These are the newer ones, right? The ones that are standing on. The more support for it, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, those are yeah.
Yep, that's what it looks like now.
Okay.
Just combining all of those
They're like
into
tree
one.
branches, kind of. It's so funny.
Sort of. And there's actually something similar too. If we continue, no, that's 355.
Yep.
If we continue toward, well, let's start here in Willow Springs. Let's start here.
Yeah. The same ones. Wow, that must be one single huge freaking electric grid.
Well,
that's probably real. I guess
yeah,
it splits though.
Yeah, there's like multiple different locations where these towers exist.
Yeah.
And, wow, downtown Plainfield, outside of Aurora, outside of Yorkville, outside of Oswego, here in Willow Springs.
You know what? I'm gonna go on my maps to see what my street looks or my road looks like. I know I don't want to put my.
These towers actually used to, and these towers used to be over 294, but now as part of the new Long Bridge, these weird towers are in their place now. They're much taller.
Yeah, my power lines. Yeah, these. Okay, so I need to like go full screen here. Yeah, the ones I have in my road, they're really old power lines, but they're newer power lines. But the poles are so old; they're like over 100 years old, and they have not been replaced yet. Still surviving to this day. I can't believe it. One of them looks like it's about ready to fall over, though, due to the strong winds that come off the field every single time. And there was one down there that has a transformer. Actually, two of them has transformers to power the homes. I think at like every single corner where there's a house, there's like transformers everywhere to like step down the electricity. Hey, AC regulations. That's cool. Oh, here come the county requests.
No, not really the county requests. It's the Verizons.
Oh, the Verizons?
Yep, all these Eastern Seaboard Verizon busters.
Oh, did they just come in?
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot. One thing is already at 0.6 now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, perfect. It's already on CBS. There were a few questions on today's Raid the Cage that I missed, so I want to go back on those before.
Yeah.
I actually might as well want to get.
Yeah, this.
To 6. I'm just gonna pull 6 and 11
yes,
up
so
right
much
now. ESV 11. Yes, the CBS
I went to my old.
And first we start with a BNSF intermodal.
Oh my God! Look
at Hills on the racetrack earlier tonight. As I've said, I'm looking forward to going back onto the racetrack.
Nice.
Oh yeah, and there's the other video I saw of all these logo plaster things from random shows and whatnot. Just crazy plasters and things. I'm just Sean Lop. And then Storm White got the flash flood warning.
Oh no.
This was a Union Pacific rock train from earlier. I'll be playing Wheel of Fortune on the PS2. Too bad he couldn't call ampersands and asterisks and stuff like that. And I see Stormlight also got that tornado warning on KD89 that came out of nowhere. Oop. There's 11. There's 11. Right at the stroke of midnight almost. Eastern time. Alright, then I guess we just wait for 6 now. So, continuing on.
Yeah.
Alright, so St. Louis, so you got the KXI 42 weekly. So St. Louis did test, but it seems like my instance of KDO 89, the KDO 89 stream I had in there, never took it, so. Of course, I'm updating that list as we go, updating it as we go. New features in a Windows 11 Canary channel build. So a new Canary build for insiders. I see STL Metro witnessed the tornado warning the siren activation for that tornado warning for St. Charles County.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty, the sirens sound kind of quiet. And TFM got suspended from school again.
Aww.
Hey, have a great summer. See you in the fall, huh? We out. Get out. Get out of here. Bro, I did nothing.
TFM got suspended for nothing. I feel like it's one of those Go Animate videos where babies show where something like Caillou or some enemy.
Yeah.
Or like one example where Dora tries to get Gina suspended or expelled.
Yeah, why are they making those videos? It's so weird.
I don't know. And I see you got the full air quality alert, followed by the Lacrosse Weekly. And then I believe you got Chanhassen Twin Cities after that. Or did he get Twin Cities? Yeah, he got Twin Cities. And what's this? Weather Radio Jump Scare.
See, that's what I mean. These really weird freaking videos.
And here is the Birmingham Weekly that happened 10 minutes late today. An attempt and a success. That was the Mount Holly Weekly. I don't think you got Albany, though. At least from what I can see. And for those who didn't see when we when the whole weekly test chaos started, Miami tested 5 times. 5 times.
What?
The first 3 were triple headers, and then the last 2 were double headers. One that included the marine areas as well, and then the second time around was with the usual.
Yeah.
Here's Kerry Monteagle's Mount Holly test.
Alright, Plainfield, I am gonna get going, okay? We're already done here.
Because it's already well past midnight and I got catching up to do, so.
Alright, I will see ya. Bye-bye.
Okay. Alright. Well, that was good. But anyway, like I said, I got some catching up to do, so we're going to get to that. Where do we start? We're going to start from here, because I got the one at 9:57 live. I'm going to check again. So, WSK90 Turlock. So it seems like Aaron Duke doesn't relate Columbia anymore, which is odd. Pretty odd. And I have not seen Puerto Rico test today either for some reason. But, yeah, let's see. And here's the marine warning from Tampa from, I think it was today. And here was the gray mainly clear reef. Yeah, plus an air quality alert. Ranch slip got Grand Rapids weekly, although a terrible reception. Acura got Indianapolis. I didn't have it on, but State College did. Southern PAWX did the live stream, and of course the separate video. First loud RWT, meaning he has the alert siren on all of his radios. Huh, looks like Microsoft pushed out a new build. That or the build released on Tuesday and then it finally decided to come down today. Well, I'll make sure to apply it before I head to bed. And actually, also give me one moment here. Okay, let's continue now. Calico cats, leather cats. There's just a lot of cats on these things. That's pretty cute. Pretty cute. What's Storm Tracker live for? Oh, I see why. He's gonna try to DX some stations. In fact, we're gonna do that in a moment. Wii Sports bowling intro. 3 hours to relay the tornado watch. Testing my new keyboard foot pedal. Nice Weather Channel. What's this about? He just used the online emulator stream. The mega compilation of every tornado emergency Ryan Paul has covered. Fire alarms and vacuums has finally decided to return. And he got the Raleigh Weekly from today. And Power Sirens WX got the local area emergency for Tuscaroras about that missing person. And this is the Pittsburgh Weekly. Hold on. What is that? That's a Windows 11 key. And that's Windows 10? He seriously downgraded that to Windows 10? Wow. And really, Morristown, what's this about? Oh, did they use the wrong code? Oh. I see whether Rio Guru is vacationing in Myrtle Beach. There's the Wilmington, the other Wilmington Weekly. There's she found out Albany, of course. And that's everything. Alright. And now, while we wait for more Verizons to go, why don't we go ahead and play catch up with some of these other products here. There's a lot of
Severe thunderstorm watch number 365 remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time Thursday, and now includes the following county: Armstrong, Texas. Remember, a severe thunderstorm.
Oh yeah, before I go any further, I forgot to mute the desktop audio. There we go. Moving on. Good thing I put Austin in there. What I think about it, I said I'm curious to see what I can actually get. So let's try the X and see what we can get. That'll start in crystal clear.
Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source: radar. Impact: life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Bastrop, Smithville, Cedar Creek, Wildwood, Upton, Watertown, Fields Prairie, Albany, Mountain Creek, and Buford State Park. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads.
Also, let's try this again. Alright, here's the part of the cage I missed. I don't think it was that part. I think it was a different part. Well, either way, I'll wait for that part to come up. Anyway, nothing exciting in terms of DXing. So that's all the catch up we need to do then. So let's watch that. Let's watch that part again with.
60 miles per hour with just a half-dollar size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, minor damage to roof, siding, and trees if possible. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Locations and tactics include Martyr, Buffalo Lake, Wayside, Shallow Zero Canyon, and Metro. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Repeat, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued at 11:45 p.m. Central Daylight.
I'm only going to do this one.
Southwestern Bastrop County, northwestern Caldwell County, until 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warm area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rain, 2 to 3 inches are possible in the warm area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Springs, Shield, St. John Colony, Mendoza, Maitland, Red Rock, and Maxwell. During the round, don't drop an edge of the movements. Most flood damage occurs be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Be aware of your surroundings and do not journey from flooded roads.
It looks like that's it. All right. So it's probably not this part. It's probably not. It's probably the next part. So we'll wait till then and just see. Alright. This should... I believe this is the part I missed. Yeah, I think this is it. Or did I already... Yeah, I think I already passed it. Yeah, because I think I saw everything. Yeah, because I think I pretty much saw everything out of the show. Yeah, that's right. I wonder why y'all called again, so... Can I reply? Why you... Why you call again? Why is it in red? Oh, failed to send. There we go. He didn't mean to. Okay. Button pressed by mistake. Okay. Alright. That's good to know. Because he is about to go to bed, so... So yeah. Because he is about to go to bed, so... Because, I mean, we already had a long call with him, so... There's no need for another one, so... Yeah, there's no need for another one. Yeah, I understand, so... Yeah. We're not gonna try to disturb him again. Just let him get the nice and peaceful sleep he deserves. Or not just deserves, he needs, actually. Yeah, and I found that video again of all those fast food chains. You know, some of the names of fast food chains that we could potentially lose. Yeah, we could potentially be losing at some point in the future. At some point in the future. So. Yeah, I think he's still pushing. He's still pressing buttons. It looks like, but I understand. Okay, what the heck is Discord doing, lol? Alright then, so... Okay, so something must be going on his end. But it's okay. Anyway, so I guess now that I know that I saw nearly everything of Raid the Cage, now I guess we can, oh, we still gotta put the compilation together, don't we? Now what? Curry, New Mexico. Oh, of course, Curry, New Mexico. What's he gonna do next? Accidentally press call plan fold button or something? All right. All right. So at this point, then, all that is left to do is get the compilation put together, and then we'll talk some more. yeah, I'm still finishing up that video on that video on struggling fast food chains and stuff like that. So anyway, now let's get to what we were going to discuss here. I think we've gone through everything we wanted to get through, so I guess then at this point, sure, let's save that. Yeah, of course I had to save that clip. I'm gonna keep Ginger and Vicho 6 on the side. But yeah, I found the video on the these fast food chains. You know, some fast food chains that are sort of beginning to disappear. It's not here, it's more like Joliet. The part of that video I'm currently on right now is Checkers. And in fact, the only Checkers there is right here. Wow, even in 2025, it looks like that chain is still there. Oh, there's another Big Apple Cafe. Now, maybe we could maybe give this chain a try. Well, that is if I ever get to someday. Let's see if there are any other Checkers locations. So the only closest one is Bolingbrook and Joliet. Those are the only closest Checkers locations that there are in Chicagoland. Those are the only closest locations left. Now, Steak and Shake was actually another restaurant that I have not had in a long time. So this here is the Steak and Shake off of... But you know what? Like I said, it has been a very, very long time since I last had this place. You know, I would like, I want to go back and see how much things have changed. You know, how much of things have changed in this place over the years. Because I know it's been a very long time. I heard they recently changed out their system, to a sort of a digital style. But I personally would like to give it a try. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And here's another one. There's a picture of a high C. Somebody talking with a scammer on the phone. Some of these things I find on here are pretty weird. But yeah, maybe someday if I remember, I would like to come back and, give this place a try once again. Oh my goodness, the Larkin Avenue location is actually still there? It says one says it's open. But it's not. That's completely wrong. Because there's the logo scar. The scar on the front, so that indicates that it is closed permanently. So there's no more Steak and Shake here. This otherwise then is the closest Steak and Shake there is. That's October 22. May 2025. I would actually like to give this place a try before it too goes away. But it doesn't look like there's any in the parking lot. Here's a Steak and Shake in Downers Grove. You know what? I would like to have, maybe have a lunch here again someday. Because I want to have Steak and Shake at least one more time before that chain completely disappears. I mean, there's not too much left. So you know what? Let me go ahead and finish up that. Yeah, here's the pizza casserole we were going to do, but we didn't get to it. But it's alright. Here's the Wisconsin Monthly. All right. Well, our time is just about up. There's the last test. So, my last tasks here before we go. Is to put in these remaining videos, sort the Verizons, and then we'll be done. Okay. And we just put the final pieces on. Let's start the Thursday video. Right. And we are almost done. We're almost done here. So how many Verizons do we have in total? Okay, I guess I can sort 3 across multiple sections. Okay, where's the 15.1 at? Here we go. And again, I'm resorting everything. Making sure everything is positioned correctly. Okay. So, with everything in place, let me cross out the HO11 since they went tonight. Now, the last thing to do is verify that the Thursday stuff is in there. Oh, wait a minute. Didn't I say we're going to apply the update first? Well, let's do that now. Just reboot. Alright, so I'm going ahead and applying the software update on the Insider machine, and then WPLD radio will be back up as soon as that's done. Alright, so before we go here, thank you very much, Talking Ginger, for making today very exciting, especially for me. And we'll be, have Ginger back, have you back on next week's Wednesday show, which will be much shorter because of my job. So we'll see you then. And Tom and Ben, same goes for you two. We'll see you both on next week's show. Maybe at some point during the week as well, if we do. Until then, good night to both of you. And I will send over the other videos. Oh yeah, and there was also one more thing I did not do. And that was put together all of the weeklies. Put together the individual videos from today. So let's go ahead and get to that now. So delete that. And then look for today's date. This is Deal or No Deal. So I'm going to get these both together. And then that should take us to the end here tonight. And then we will sign off after that. Wow. This thing timed it perfectly. Wow, this recording timed out perfectly. I'm impressed. I didn't even have to do any sort of advanced trimming at all. I'm just amazed at how quick the response was. I am honestly amazed. Alright, so that's one thing together. I'm going to get Wheel of Fortune together next, and then when both are done, then I will head off to bed for the night. So with that, that's it. So thank you again so much for joining us here tonight. But before we go, before we end it here, one more thing I would like to announce, and just a reminder: beginning tomorrow and continuing for the next 8 weeks, Playfield TV will be coming on an hour and 15 minutes later than normal. 1:15 p.m. is when it will start. Now, Thursday, we don't really have anything much to do, but of course I will need to utilize these days to, get some schoolwork done. But that game will be in the afternoon. The Tiger, we lost 5-4 against the Tigers. The next game will be in the afternoon, but I'll be focusing more on schoolwork in the evening, so at least I'll get enough time to get that done, and I'll need to readjust the programming for such. So that will be the next thing I do. Before, alongside rendering all those videos and all that stuff. So, with that being said, otherwise then, we hope you'll join us tomorrow for our weekly backyard baseball game. First week backyard home with that. And of course, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our special guests for joining us, who have joined us here today. Of course, they're always great. They're always what makes this show amazing, this little show thing amazing. And of course, as I said, we'll be back with all of you again tomorrow night when we do our backyard baseball game at 5 p.m. I sure hope you will join us for that. But again, thanks to all of our guests, and until we see you again tomorrow for Backyard Baseball, from all of us here at Plainfield TV and Highland Now, we bid you all good night.